Hello and welcome back to another live stream. This is going to be the fourth live stream from WeeklyHow, and today we're going to continue working on the Shopify theme that we worked on last time or last previous live stream, which is yesterday. So today or yesterday we had a lot of fun. We worked on the navigational bar. We finished it. I mean, it's not really finished. We could improve it somehow later. We also worked on the hero section. We also worked on our template files. They're not yet, they're still empty, but we worked on it. And that's what we're going to, continue later on if we continue working on this through our live stream. So once again, I'd like to remind viewers, because this live stream is going to be saved, obviously. If you're watching this and you were not able to join us, then live stream will always be available every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Same time is going to be around 6:30 or 5:30 UTC time. And we're going to be working together for about 2 hours or 3 hours, it depends. I already announced this to our Udemy students, to my students from WeeklyHow, and so if you have missed that announcement, that is okay. But you can always go to WeeklyHow, to youtube.com/@weeklyhow to join us, which is where you are right now. Okay? So before we start, I'd like to just set up my working environment, and I'd like to also confirm that everything is working. So I'm going to open my YouTube channel just to see that everyone can hear me. So if you guys can hear me, it would be appreciated if you tell it in the chat. But I'd also check it on my phone. So give me a sec. Okay, I think they're fine. I am receiving some signals, so that's great. Awesome. So let me just take my other computer, which is right under my table. So I'll have two computers, one for the stream and one for working on our project, because it can be a bit complicated. At least that's how I describe it. But just give me a sec. Okay. So I think everything is good. I'm receiving some signals, so maybe I am being heard. I hope so. But let's continue. Today we're going to work on other sections. Perhaps we can continue with the hero section, because we still need to create another setting for other part of the hero section, like this paragraph tag, the buttons, and the image too, because we need to change that. Okay, so before we start, I'd like to log into our development store. So we're going to execute, obviously, the command Shopify theme dev. And since we have already signed in before, then it's not going to ask you to log in once again. Automatically, it will load your Shopify development store. Okay, so it's saying that it doesn't seem like you're running this command in a theme directory. The reason why it's giving me that error or warning, that's because we are running this command inside of this folder, Shopify theme, instead of our project folder. So let's just cancel this and change our current directory. So cd, and should be the live WeeklyHow. Okay. And we're gonna run the command Shopify theme dev. Awesome. Okay. Is there any way I can move? I don't think there's a way I can move my my laptop. Because it's tied in. Okay. So now it's synchronized. What we can do is we can open the following links. This link right here. And we have this window. So what we're going to do is obviously log in to our development store. So let's open a new tab and go to shopify.dev. And close this. Let's open our account. Log in to the WeeklyHow live coding session. And we're going to get the password, and it should be, as always, it should be under the online store and inside the preferences, and you can scroll all the way down and you should have your password here. Okay, that's always how you get that password. And just paste it there, press enter, and you should be able to log in, and voila. This is the progress we made yesterday, which is actually really fun. Now we're able to customize this in the theme editor as well. So how can we test that? We can always go back to the code editor or VS Code and open this URL here. Let's open that. And there you go. Now we should have this finally, because previously we were not able to edit or customize our Shopify theme because we are lacking of the template files, we are lacking of the JSON templates, right? So now we can edit it. So awesome. We have the hero section here. If you click that, we can change the heading title, and we are using an HTML type setting. As always, you can change this, but it's in our case, since we have this start wreaking havoc around your business, we would like it to use an HTML code with CSS classes. Okay, so let's continue. What we're going to do next is to add more settings to our hero, because we have this paragraph tag, we have these buttons here that we need to give a setting, a separate setting, so they can be customized. Okay, so let's open as well the Shopify documentation and take a look at the themes, and maybe we can find examples like for the schema, for the section schema. So we have the architecture, the sections, and we have here the section schema to learn more about how it works. And here we have an example. This is for the slideshow. Maybe we can use that as a reference later. But let's just go back to VS Code and scroll down, and let's create another setting. This time that's going to be for the paragraph tag or the paragraph. So add a comma and another object, and the type is going to be a paragraph, and then its content, or should I say ID first, is going to be hero paragraph. Maybe let's change this. Instead of hero text, let's call it hero underscore title, the heading title. So hero heading title. Let's copy that because we need to change the ID here. So section.settings, this time it should be hero heading title. Okay. Next up is the second setting. So we have the ID, and we're going to call the ID hero paragraph. Okay. And let's just add a comma. And the next is going to be, what attributes do we need for the paragraph? This is where it's always good to look at examples. It's very, very helpful. So let's say we have the settings here. We can always look at input settings and examples. So let's look for, because there's also paragraph, there's also, apparently there's no paragraph. So that's also my mistake. So we're going to use rich text or just text. Let's use rich text. That way they can customize the boldness, the italic, and if they want to create a list. But maybe in this case, we don't need to make it a rich text. Yeah, maybe we don't need that. Let's just make it a text or a text area. Okay. So let's just change the type once again. I apologize for these mistakes. Text area, the ID. Let's just change this to hero text. And now we can continue with the default value. Default. And then we'll set it to the text or the paragraph that we have here. Let's change that with the object section dot settings dot hero text. Perfect. And we can just paste the text here. We have that. As always, you can customize this. Start gaining the traction you've always wanted with our next level templates and designs crafted to help you tell a story. Sound very boring. Let's change it up. You know, it's always a good idea to use AI. I mean, AI is a thing now, right? Maybe this is where you should like ask ChatGPT to give you like examples like, okay, I want a paragraph with a mix of like Shrek. Maybe we can do that. So let's go back to our browser and open ChatGPT. So ChatGPT. And then we'll just add something here. Like write or rewrite this. Because we have this. You can just copy this. Paste it here. But the instruction is going to be rewrite this paragraph and make it a bit clever using Shrek theme. Embark on a quest to seize the attention you've been yearning for with our ogre-sized templates and designs, specially forged to assist you in narrating your epic tale. Isn't that amazing? We'll copy that. We'll take that. We'll take that, guys. Okay, let's close this now because we don't need that anymore. And we'll just go back to the code and paste it here. Okay. Now we can continue. Can just add comma. And then next up is going to be the label. And we'll just type here paragraph. Add a comma. And next is the placeholder. Describe here your section, your hero section. Awesome. And that's pretty much it. That should be good. So let's save that. Let's go back to our browser and then reload. There you go. It's quite long. Maybe we can shorten that. So if you want, we can always shorten that. But let's just leave it as is. You know what? Let's just leave it as is because to me, that's already good. Okay? Is there any way I can just put this somewhere that I can like save for later? Okay. Because I need to look at the live stream as well. Anyway. Right. So here, what we want to do is to add another setting for the buttons. Okay. So let's go back to our browser, not browser, but VS Code. And let's create two settings for that button. But there's like two buttons here. One for the main button and one for the learn more button. So in total, we're gonna need 4 settings. That's going to be for the button text and then the button URL. The other one is the same thing, text and then URL. From Soham Paul, welcome. You're the very first chat that I've received today, so thank you. Hi, how are you? How's your day? I sound very generic, or how would I describe myself saying that? Hi, how are you? But I hope you're having a good time. Welcome to the live stream once again. We had a good time yesterday. I made such progress and I'm very happy with that. Okay. Awesome. So let's just do that thing I said. We're going to create 2 sections or settings. So create an object. The type is going to be a text, and that's going to be the label or the text of the button. And then the ID, maybe we'll just call it hero main primary CTA text, primary button text. It was good, yes. It was great. I had fun yesterday. But I'm looking forward for more. So that's why we're doing this every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's going to be consistent. I'll try to be consistent this next few days or next few weeks. And I'll also try to be productive with more content. So I hope you guys will look forward to that. Okay. Let me just double check my time. Okay. Anyway, we have the ID. We have the default too. We'll just call it get started. So get started. Next is the label. Primary button text. Text. And then the placeholder. Type the label, the text for the primary button. Okay, I think that's good. We can just duplicate this with the other. I need your help in schema code. Okay, what can I do? Is there anything I can do to help you regarding the schema code? Don't hesitate to put it in the chat. I'll try my best to answer. Okay, the next is going to be for the URL. So let's create a type. That's going to be the URL, just like that. And we're just going to put an ID. Same thing, it's going to be hero underscore primary underscore button underscore URL. And then how can we write multiple block in single schema code? Well, if you're talking about section schema and then adding multiple blocks in one schema, then it's pretty much the same with settings. because it's an array of like blocks. So in that array, you can create like multiple blocks of settings. If that makes sense. Maybe I can give you an example later on if we have like a section that, can do that. Maybe we have an example, like a section, and we can do that. And I can show you how it's gonna look like. By the way, love from India. Thank you so much. I'm also like a big fan of India. There's so many things in there. Like I've never been there though, but I like the culture and people as well. It's pretty smart. I know there are like cliche about it, but I know a pretty good amount of people that are very smart come from India. I worked with some people as well. Okay, so let's just continue with this. Default value. We're not gonna have a default value for this URL. By default, it's going to be empty. So let's just continue with label, and we'll just call it primary button URL. And last is the info. Let's just add an information. That way underneath you can say something. Like for example, please enter the URL. Let's not use please. Enter the URL for the primary button. Awesome. So let's just save this and let's take a look at our new customizer page. So now we still don't have it yet, those settings that we created, but if we reload this, let's take a look at it. There you go. As you can see, now we have the paragraph here and you can edit them. You can get rid of that and you start typing here, hello world, and pretty much editable. Okay. And we have here the primary button text, and we also have here a URL, and then you can select anything here, and you can even just type a URL like https weeklyhow.com. Yeah, that's how you would do it. Okay, now let's use this here, because currently even if you change this, it's not really updating that button. So let's do that. Okay, let's go back to code editor, our VS Code, and then let's change the IDs. So for this button, for this anchor tag, we have this text, and we can use the section object settings dot hero primary button text. Let's use that. Now for the href, we're going to use the object, the same object section. This time we're going to use the different ID. It's going to be the primary button URL. Okay, you guys follow along? And that's pretty much it. Now, if we save this, we can go back to our code, or our customizer page, and we can finally customize that button. So, hello world. If we save this, now it's changeable. Get started. There you go. Let's save that. Now notice that there's also this icons here. It's interesting because there's a way to like just reference this. We can create a snippet file for this icon, but what if like you want to add a setting for icons, right? How would you do that? Well, maybe we can try and learn that later. There's probably a way for that. I haven't done it myself yet, but maybe there's a way to do that. But for now, let's delete that SVG code and create a snippet inside of the snippets folder and call it arrow left or icon arrow hyphen left dot liquid, and just paste it here, just like that. And now we can reference this file here by using the tag include and then reference the file icon hyphen arrow hyphen left. Okay, so we can go back here and let's see what will happen. So if we reload this, we still have the icon. So that means it's being referenced well. Okay, hold on, let me just, give me a sec. Currently we have 2 viewers. Welcome to our live stream. Hope you're having a good time. Okay, I think everything is good. Okay, let me just leave it here for now. Right, so where were we? We have created the setting for the first button, for the primary button. But what about the second one? It's pretty much the same thing if you're going to do it yourself. So let's do that, okay? So we're going to create another setting for that button. So let's just copy this. Honestly, you can just copy that. It's always a good thing. You can just copy the same setting and just change things. Like for example, the ID. So here, the ID is set to hero primary button URL, but this time, since it's kind of like the secondary button, then we'll just call it hero secondary button. Second daddy. Maybe you can call it that way. Okay. Let's just copy this and do the same thing for the other. Hold on. Yeah, I made a mistake. It's not supposed to be this one. It's supposed to be this. There you go. Hero secondary button text, hero secondary button URL. This time the label should be secondary button text and secondary button URL. And for the placeholder, obviously we're going to change this to, we'll call it type the text for secondary button and enter the URL for the secondary button. Perfect. Now we can use those IDs here, second anchor tag. So we can use section.settings.hero secondary button text, and we can do the same thing to the href tag and use URL. Okay? So now, perhaps let's just change the default value of the hero secondary button text. What did it say? Learn more. So let's use learn more. Okay? Okay, I think that's good. Let's save that. Let's go back to the browser, reload. Nothing will change, but this time we should be able to edit the text and the URL. So now we have the secondary button text here, the input field, we can change it. Morse, learn Morse. Awesome. So now we can just work on this icon here as well. Scroll up and let's delete the SVG, not delete, but like move it to a separate file, like a snippet file, a new snippet file. Let's create a new snippet file and call it icon. What was that icon anyway? Bulb icon light bulb dot liquid. Paste it here. Let's go back to hero section and use the tag include, and then type the file name, and that's going to be icon hyphen light hyphen bulb. Save it, go back to your browser, reload your development store, and now we didn't change anything, but now we should have that icon. We should still have that icon. Okay, awesome. What's next? The last is the image. This is the last thing. So let's do that. Let's go back to the input settings, and we have this image picker that we can use. So the type, same thing. So let's just copy this. It'll be much easier to just copy this instead of typing it manually. So going back to the settings schema, perhaps let's do it at the very top, because it's always good to, have an idea of what to display for that image. Let's paste it here and make sure that we add comma. That way it's a proper JSON object. Just like that. Awesome. So we have the image picker. The ID is set to image with text image. No, we're not going to call it that. We'll call it hero image. Let's go all the way to the top or here. And we have this image SRC. But which one should we use? Because there's also the image tag. But at the same time, Shopify theme check is recommending to use just the regular image tag and just use the image URL filter or the asset image URL filter if you put the file inside of the assets folder, right? But let's do it this way. For example, in the SRC, we're going to use the section dot settings dot hero image, and there's also inside of that a URL. Usually there is that because this is going to be an object, and inside of this object, image object, there's like alt, there's the perhaps width and height. Well, let's learn about that by going back to our browser. So according to Shopify, image picker, a setting of type image picker outputs an image picker field that's automatically populated with the available image from the files section. So if you have files, maybe you can reference those files. Remind me next time. Okay, going back. So here, you can upload files inside of your file settings. It should be right in the settings. We have here files. From what I can remember, there should be files here. Customer accounts, location, gift cards, markets, domains, brand. Where is that located? It should be in the content. It should be the content. Hold on. Custom data. That's meta fields. We have meta object here. Brand, customer events, domain. Why Bootstrap is not popular for Shopify themes? There are Shopify themes that uses Bootstrap. I can't give an example though. But the reason why, maybe the reason why it's not very popular, that is because it's, for Shopify themes, you don't want to look like similar to other Shopify themes, right? And Bootstrap is kind of like that. It looks very generic or simple, I would say. Bootstrap is commonly used for WordPress development, WordPress themes. That's how I would look at it. Bootstrap theme is very rare. I agree. It's quite rare. I rarely see themes for like Bootstrap, which is quite unfortunate. It's a good library and it's very easy to use. You can just use a component like paginations and you're pretty much good to go. Unlike Tailwind CSS, you have to manually create your components from scratch. Yeah, maybe that's the reason why, because they're all pre-made and it's hard to customize even if you try. Unless you're really good at it. But yeah, maybe that's the reason why. I'm not, maybe I could be wrong, obviously. So yeah, for Shopify theme development, Bootstrap, I wouldn't really recommend it unless you're working on a Shopify theme that is just personal for your own use. But if you're like working with clients that needs more thorough design, then you're probably not going to use Bootstrap. You're most likely to use, Sass, your own, writing your own CSS, or Tailwind. That too. But most of the time, I always end up working with Tailwind CSS anyway, and I get used to it. Okay, I think that's good. All right, let's continue. I'm looking for that file settings. They said it's in the content, not here. Here. Files. There we go. I remember now. And we have all of these images. Perhaps you can upload a file here and you can just reference it inside of your customizer. Let's try that. Before we do that, let's go back here. And what else should we do? Perhaps we can add like a width here and a height. Let's just set it to 100% for the height as well. Perhaps auto. Let's save that. Let's go back to our browser. Reload this. Now we no longer have that window. So we have this SVG, I assume. Or this. Okay, that's pretty interesting. So it's just a div then with like CSS. Okay, I never look at it that way. That's pretty interesting. Perhaps we can just edit, create our own image and just put like Shrek. Okay, maybe we can do it that way. It's gonna make this live stream interesting. I'll open my Photoshop once again. When it's loading. Let's do it here. From Soham once again. Before I answer your question, thank you so much for the chat, for um, the questions. I appreciate it. It's really you have amazing questions. Is there any difference between collaborator access and staff access? Well, obviously there is. I've never had staff access. I just have collaborator access. Collaborator access pretty, like, I would say limited. Like, for example, if you're just collaborator, most of the time the only access you have is theme. That's all, where you can customize the Shopify theme. Whereas I would say when you have a staff access, maybe you have access to other pages, like the product pages, the order pages, the inventory pages, etc. That's how I understood it, but I could be wrong. But yeah, most of the time I just have collaborator access, where I have access to Shopify theme. From Ibrahim GPT, hi, welcome to our live stream. How are you doing? Where are you from? I would love to get to know some of you guys. Like, where are you from? What do you do? Are you also working as a software engineer or a Shopify developer? That'd be really great. You know, usually it motivates me when I hear stories from software engineers, and they have jobs and they're doing great at it. Or if it's like I help them somehow through my YouTube videos or my courses. It always feels great when I hear those kind of stories. From Uzbekistan. Okay. So I think it's around Middle East, if I'm right. Once again, I'm really bad at geography. But yeah, welcome to the stream. Much love to the Uzbekistan people. From Soham Paul, no, you can control access limit. You can control access limit for collaborating and stop both. Oh, really? I guess it's the same thing then. But yeah, but like I said, most of the time I just have collaborator account and I just have access to the theme editors. I can have access to their themes. And I don't think I had staff account. Or maybe the account I'm using is a staff account. Like for my own projects. But that's more like a partner account. Like the main account, and you have those full access. From Anand, welcome once again. Hey. Good to see you. How are you doing? Welcome once again. I appreciate the time. From Ibrahim GPT, I don't know English very well, and that is okay. I hope you can understand me though. I really hope. I apologize if that's the only language I can speak. Okay. So what are we going to do? You guys can keep talking, and I'll respond to all your questions and chat. From Sohao Paul, please check it out. Okay, let's do that. Let's confirm my if I'm wrong or not. Maybe we can go to the documentation and collaborator accounts. Okay, take a look at collaborator first. As a Shopify, please check it out. WFF store password. I'm not sure I get what you mean. But this is collaborator account. From Amini Amari, welcome once again. Good to see you. Hi. And from AS, I want to learn coding, but it's too hard to build concept like input, font, crane, brackets, square brackets, curly bracket, etc. I mean, maybe I get what you mean, because coding is just all about curly braces, brackets, and all those symbols. I haven't introduced you to to the pipe symbol. We use that a lot in Liquid. But yeah, I get what you mean. It can be it can be hard, can be difficult, especially if you don't have experience with like programming. But that's why I always encourage new learners to learn the basics of programming, like variables. What else? Functions, conditional statements, and use a simple programming language along with that. Like, I would recommend using not Python, because Python you rarely have those curly braces and brackets. I mean, you do brackets. The curly braces, I rarely see curly braces with Python. Maybe like C++. But for beginners, I wouldn't recommend C++. Maybe like C# is good for beginners. I started with like not started, but my second language that I mostly learned is when I worked with Unity, and they have C#. C# is great. So yeah, let's talk about the collaborator account, because Soham I think wanted me to look at it. So collaborator accounts is used to access merchant stores directly through your own partner dashboard using Shopify app. It gives you access to only sections of store that merchant wants you to access. Okay, so yeah, but it don't count toward a store staff limit. Any stores that you have access to by using collaborator account are labeled as managed stores in your partner dashboard. If you're building a customized theme for a merchant, then you can use collaborator account with the theme's permission. Yeah, that's mostly what I have. Actually, I shared a URL and it's not showing to you. Yes, and that is because URLs are blocked, unfortunately. And I don't think I have a setting for that to enable that. I think it's more a YouTube thing. I'm not sure. But yeah, it's not we're not allowed to post URLs. Maybe I can look at it next time. But it's also not very good to allow chats to have, URLs, because maybe someone could like post a URL which is a virus and you guys get infected, and we don't want that. You share the URL which is your current project. I apologize. Maybe there's a way that you can like show it to me. I'm not sure how. Maybe send it to me through email, like the contact at weeklyhow.com. You can set it there and then we'll take a look at it. The second, let's just continue with a mini Amari's question. Any advice on how to build a personal brand to get freelancing Shopify dev jobs? Good question. I like that. I like that. So I would say, since this is all based on my experience, I would say that having a YouTube channel where you talk about Shopify development, Shopify theme development, app development, it helps to like have this kind of brand and you get clients. I just had like an email recently and I had a call with someone and he wanted me to build an app that allows merchants to, you know, install multiple Shopify themes. And unfortunately, I was not able to like get it because I'm kind of busy, and as much as possible, I don't want to work too much. So yeah, my advice is, I mean, it's not for everyone. Like making YouTube videos, maybe write like a blog. It helps as well. Have your own website, and you can use that as a portfolio and put all of your knowledge about Shopify development. And just Google will just pick up your work and you get a authentic traffic from all of your search engines. I would just say like be active as well. Be active in the community. Like here in our community on WeeklyHow, we're talking about Shopify development. That's my brand. I'm talking about it. I'm working with it. And that's why I get these clients wanting to work with me, because they can see that this is that I work with Shopify. I work with Shopify development. So yeah, I would say build something that can prove to someone that you know Shopify development. I don't know if that's the answer that you're looking for. And to be honest, I'm not really good at like giving advice. I hope that was good though. I'm trying. Let me just check something first before we continue. Once again, from Amari, I should make content for merchants or for developers? Make content for everyone. That's how I guess you should do it. Don't have a target, not just merchants or developers. Have like quite broad, but make sure that the content is, you know, towards the Shopify development niche, if that's what you want. Because when you say, if you want to make content just for merchant, it's quite small. Maybe someone wants to learn about Shopify development and they're not merchants, right? Maybe someone wants to learn Shopify development and they're already developers, but not specifically for Shopify. Target everyone, just like how I do it. Thanks for the advice. I tried. I hope that was very helpful. Okay. So I'm not sure what, regarding the collaborator accounts. This is for Soham. So yeah, this is what I have usually. Collaborator accounts. Usually you have access to part of a development store. But what about a staff account? Let's look at this. Limitation, you need to log in to the store through the store section instead of logging in directly to the store. So that's the limitation of it. Perhaps this is not a limitation if you use a staff account. Maybe this is the difference. But let's try. Let's try to look at staff account. Don't even have a staff account. It's just collaborator accounts. Let's go back to our Shopify developer account. Maybe we can find it here. So team, staff members, there it is. Oh, okay. Okay, I get it now. So collaborator accounts, they are allowed to access part of the Shopify store. Whereas staff, is this the one, is this what you mean by staff? Because staff members, yeah. That means they have access to the partner's account. Yeah, from Anand. Collaborator account needs a partner account. Yeah, that's it. Before you can access the Shopify development, the store, you need a partner's account. And we can directly create a staff account. You know what? Now I'm actually confused. I've never had this kind of like conversation before. This is great. So a collaborator account is an account where you can access part of a Shopify store. But you can access the collaborator account through your partner's account. Is that it? Am I getting it right now? And we can directly create a staff account from admin. Okay, let's take a look at our development store. So settings, that means you can have all of this, right? You can create a staff here. And collaborators, you can ask someone to like access a store. Okay, I think I'm getting it now. Let's take a look at compare plans. Maybe they have a thorough explanation about this. Maybe I was right then. Because when you say staff, that means they have access to all of this. Whereas with collaborator, most of the time you just have limited access of that development store or that store, online store. Most of the time it's just Shopify themes or theme access. Correct? That's how I look at it. Once again, I could be wrong. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Oh my god, I'm getting dumb. But yes, I hope this clear things up. I'd still look at it like a collaborator account is an account where you have access to things like Shopify themes, right? Whereas staff account is an account that you will be using to access most of the pages from the admin. No, that means this part here is not the staff account that we're talking about. No, it's not here. This is not it. It's this one, the staff. And you have a limited like staff number, a maximum of 15. Yeah. Okay, let's move on. I hope that answers your question though, Soham. I hope so. Once again, if you have further questions, more questions, feel free to post them in the chat. I would appreciate them. Thank you very much. You guys are amazing. Okay, where are we at? We're working on the image speaker. That's what we have previously. Let's close this. Okay. So yeah, we wanted to work on an image, correct? Let me just undo this because I want to copy the image, this one. And let's just redo everything. And I'm going to paste it here and copy this. Go back to Photoshop, create a new file, and just create this. And let's just have fun with this. Right? So what I want to do is we're going to create square with a background of that. It's okay. Perfect. Let's move it here. Let's look at image online. Shrek and family. PNG. Oh my god. Oh, this is great. Let's go. I love this though. I'm seeing like the babies. This is working. Terrifying. God damn. Look at them. This is cool. I like this. Let's use the OG. Damn. They're the OG, so let's use that. I know the kids are like cute, but no. Let's see. Let's just download that. Okay, great. We have that image. What we're gonna do is just like open downloads, just drag them here. put them in the middle. I don't even know what we're gonna do with this one. Let's get rid of the background. Okay, that's perfect. Maybe like, let's add like a button in the middle, like make it look like a video. Maybe we can make it look like that. Yes! Like a video player. And if you click that, it opens like a URL and gets redirected to a Rickroll page or the trailer of like Shrek. That'll be great. Okay, let's do that. Let's save this. Let's put it in the desktop. I'll call it, no, not like that. It's supposed to be, export it as a PNG. And let's put it in the desktop. We'll call it Shrek Republic. I don't even know why. Okay. Let's minimize this. Let's close this. We don't need it anymore. And here we can add, we don't have that image yet. Let's save it or reload it. We don't have that setting yet. I thought I saved it. We don't? Oh no, it's at the top. It's here. I thought it's underneath. It's here. Okay, so let's upload. Is there any way to upload it? Should be in the desktop. Just drag it here. Perfect. So there's an error. It's not being displayed properly. Another thing is, if there's no image, there should be like a placeholder image. We can do that as well. Okay. Let's save it first. Let's take a look at the value of the setting. The hero image. What is the value of that? Let's put it underneath. And should be the section that's settings dot hero. I always recommend doing it like this. It's like if you're getting an error and you don't know why, how, like why you're getting that error, try to just output the value of that object. Usually you get an answer. Usually. So okay, so we have this. The reason why it's not working, and that is because we need the full URL. Just by putting it inside of the src attribute, it's not gonna work because it can't find that source, that image. So we need to add a filter here, and that's going to be the image URL. And the width and height, maybe there is a second attribute. I believe there is a height called max. Hold on. It's always a good idea to look at filters. So view all. And should be liquid. Look at liquid. And the filter should be the media image URL. Am I using the right filter? No, it should be image underscore URL. There it is. So for the size, you can use Pico, icon, thumb, large, grande, or original. Let's not put any width. Just save that. Let's go back to the browser. There we go. It's using the smallest image. So let's try to use master, like the default size. There you go. Perfect. Now we can get rid of this. I don't know why we're doing this, but it's fun. It's funny though. I love this. Okay. Okay. Now let's work on the placeholder. If there's no image to it attached, then let's add. But first, we're going to check it here. If section dot settings dot hero image is not null, or is not empty, then let's render the image. It's like that. Otherwise, let's add else, indent it back, and we're going to use here a placeholder image. So I believe there is a placeholder called lifestyle 1, and it's going to be the placeholder SVG tag. We still have the image. Let's go back in here. From Anand, I think image URL without the A and E is deprecated now. Shopify created a new filter for image. Then why the documentation is saying image URL without... Oh, it is deprecated, sorry. Okay. Thank you for that. Good catch. I didn't notice. Should be this one. Okay. Let's change it. Image URL. And yeah, actually this is the best one because you can even use the loading. And let's change the width. And no, but this is for like image tag. Oh, you know what? Let's use this. Come on. I'm trying to select everything. Copy. Let's go back to the code editor. And for this, replace that with this. Instead of product, we are going to put here the section that settings that hero image, and we are going to use the image URL filter and get the width of like, what is the size of that image? (2,000 pixels). Let's divide it by 2, so 1,000. I don't think it matters like what you put in here because it's going to be lazy loaded anyway. You can even use the maximum width. So the maximum width of my image is 2,000 if you guys are wondering. So here is the properties, the details. It's 2,000 pixels by 1136 height. And for the custom class, this is where we can also use Tailwind CSS. But unfortunately, I'm not sure if this is going to be read by Tailwind CSS. Let's try. Width full, height auto. Let's save that. Let's go back to the browser, reload the page. We still have it. Still working. Let's take a look at the elements. Awesome. So yeah, we have it. It's lazy loaded, and the height is W full and no, hold on. Let me just re-say that. The class is set to W full and height auto, H auto. Okay. Great. What else? Yeah, the placeholder. Is there any way we can look at the placeholders here? Placeholder. SVG tag. There it is. So all of this is the placeholder. I was right. There's the lifestyle 1, lifestyle 2, etc. And you can have the class as well. Let's use that. Here, we're going to use the class width, full, and height auto. Let's go back to our browser. And let's open the theme editor, customizer. And let's get rid of the image. Let's remove that. Okay, so there seems to be a problem. Let me just save this. Liquid error line 32, invalid URL input. Why is that a problem? Let's take a look at line 32. Line 32, we have this. So if section.settings hero image is not empty, then we render this. But since it's empty, it's not supposed to be like this. There you go. We need to check it if it's set. If section.settings.hero image is set, then we render the image tag. Otherwise, if it's empty, if it's not set, then we go to the else and just render the lifestyle. Now let's style this up because it looks really empty. We're going to create a div with a class of width of width full, and the height, let's set it to, what is the height again of that image? We're not gonna make it into 1,000 height, so perhaps let's just add like margins. So mx, let's set it to 10, and then my, let's set it to 20. And let's give it a background color of white. And let's move, we can move this object inside of that div. Let's save it, go back to the browser, and we should have at least this example, this placeholder image. Okay, let's try to add a padding as well. Padding 20. Usually that should work. It doesn't work. Let's put it here instead. Margin X 10 and margin Y 20. The margin is not working. Maybe let's add a relative. position relative. It's not also working. Oh, the reason why, yeah, the reason why it's not working, that is because my Tailwind CSS is not running. Yeah, I forgot to run it. Okay, where is my Tailwind CSS? This one. There you go. And there you go. Now it's working. Okay, let's fix this once again. Let's get rid of the padding and the margin. Okay. It's not supposed to be margin, but rather padding. Perfect. Okay, I think that's much better. That's much more fun to look at. And if we want to customize this, we can go back to the customizer and add an image. Okay, so let's select an image, select this, add, and voila. Now we have that image, and we can leave it empty if we want, and there's going to be a placeholder image for us. That means or that way it's not gonna look empty. It's not gonna look like there's a bug or there's an issue. Perfect. Now we are done. We are done with our hero section. Let's take a look at its responsiveness. Currently we are the desktop view. What about in the mobile view? We can't even see it because currently we are not done yet with this navigational bar for the mobile. Maybe we can work on that. But here, the full screen, we have it. Let's try to view it here. Let's turn it into an image or a mobile. Apologies for my mistakes. Where is the heading? This. Okay. So this is how it looks like for mobile. Which is fine, I guess, but this doesn't look good here. I want it to only do the padding X10 and padding Y10 if we are in the medium size screen. Could do the same thing here. But if we are in a small screen, then perhaps we can just add like a padding of X of 5 and a padding Y of 10. There we go. I think that's great. Okay. I think that looks great. So let's work on that navigational bar. We need to hide it if we are on mobile. This. And we need to be able to close this and only open it if we click the hamburger button. I think we can also just use CSS with this. Like we don't need JavaScript at all. So let's do that. But first, let's push our changes to our repository. And ladies and gentlemen, you can always check the Git repo on my profile. Should be github.com/polydario/live-weeklyhow.git. Or I can actually put it in the description below so you guys can check it out. Okay. Let's do that. Let's do the let's push it. Git add all. Why am I so lost? Git commit, and this should be the hero section. Complete, done, completely done, hero. Well, let's just add it like a tag or something. Wrap it in a bracket. Hero section. But as always, there's always a way to improve this. So technically it's not completely done. If you wanna, add more to it, then that's the time we can add fixes. Let's push. Okay, I think this is great. We can now continue with the other files. So let's focus on the header.liquid and that mobile menu, because currently this should we go back here? If we reload this, by default this is displayed, which should not be displayed actually. The div with a class fixed inset y, it's this part here, and we are not indenting it properly, so let's just move a little bit. Where's the closing tag of this? Oh, it's here. It got me confused for a little bit. This one is here. This one is here. This one is here. Oh, we're talking about this. So this entire thing was that mobile container right here. Okay. So what we want to do first is hide that. Let's give it a class, a custom class, like mobile nav. And we want to hide this. We'll call it mobile nav container. Or wrapper is going to be the container. So mobile nav container. I want to access this and hide it by default. Okay, so let's go back to src tailwind css, and here we're going to access that mobile nav container, and we want the mobile nav wrapper, and we want its display to be none. There we go, now it's hidden. We only want it to be displayed when we click this button here, which is, I don't think it's clickable. There seems to be a problem because I can't click it. Maybe it's because of this display none. All right. We want this to be hidden. Let's try it here. None. Yeah, it should be that. We should hide that. Not the wrapper. Okay. So now we can click this, I guess. Perfect. Okay, so I believe I received an email from Sohample. Thank you so much for that. I can look at this later. Let me just finish what we're doing here. So we have this nav with a flex and it says justify between. And we have 1, 2, and 3. And this is the... Okay, I think I know what this is. It's not supposed to be like that. Nav, we have this one, that's for the icon. We have this, and we have this. And I'm gonna be honest, we don't need this. Let's remove that. Okay. Let's fix that. From Marcel Philip. Hey, welcome once again. Welcome, we're back at it again. We're doing the same project and yeah, actually we did a lot of progress. Maybe this you just came by. And yeah, we worked on the hero section. We are finally done. If you're still let me just show you. Because we had this we had this like hero section here and we worked on it. Finally we have this the setting schema. It's all working. So you can customize this to whatever you want. You can change the text, you can change the paragraph, you can change the text of the buttons, the URL as well. So we have two buttons, the primary and then secondary. And that being said, actually, there should be a way where we're checking if the URL as well as the text is set. If they're not set, then we're not going to display both or either of the buttons. So we should do that. That's going to be a fix. It's very important. So let's go back to hero.liquid and we have these two buttons here. And what we can do is we can create an if. Oh, hold on, sorry. An if, and the condition is going to be section that settings dot hero primary button text and hold on. How do we do multiple condition again in Liquid? Hey Bleach, how's it going? Welcome once again. You're quite late. I've been working for like almost 2 hours. You missed a lot. Would you look at our hero section? So we had this like we worked on an image. We replaced the previous image that we had, and we just we just look at track a family style image, and we just want to display the legends, track the family and the goats basically. And not just that. We made sure that whenever the image is not set in the settings, then we display something else like a placeholder. Let me show you. So here in the customizer page, we have a you went out. No, it's fine. I'm not gonna blame you for missing it, obviously. But we had worked on a lot of things. So remember yesterday we did the settings for the heading title. Start wreaking havoc around your business. That's what we did yesterday. And we continued it. We worked on the paragraph. We worked on the primary button and secondary button and its URL. And last but not the least is the image. And if we get rid of the image, for example, we're getting the placeholder instead. So that's like best practice when you work with images. It's always good to display something else if the setting is empty. So if you're working on a theme and for example, your client is asking you to display an image of a product, then it's always good to keep in mind that sometimes there's no image. Sometimes you can't just display an image because it's empty. So put something like a placeholder. That's my advice most of the time. So yeah, that's what we did. That's why you missed. And now we're working on the navigational bar because we don't have it yet. It was displayed before, but not for mobile. Does that make sense? Am I making sense? Anyway, before we continue, I'm trying to create a multiple condition that will say if section.settings and primary button text is set, then we display the anchor tag, this right here. But we want to also check if the text is set. But how can we do that? I completely forget how to make multiple condition. Is it ampersand? It's definitely not ampersand. Obviously, it's not how you do it. Hold on, let me go back to the basics. This is embarrassing. Shit. Hold on. The basics. Oh my god. Oh, there it is. The logical comparison operators. Yeah, it's supposed to be AND. I don't know why it was not being highlighted. It's supposed to be AND. And the section. Nope, not that. Section. No, come on. Section. Not that. That's settings. Oh my god, this is embarrassing. Settings dot text. No, it's supposed to be the URL. Hero URL. Perfect. So if the button text of the primary is set, and if this is true and this is also true, then we display the anchor tag. Otherwise, we're not gonna display anything if both of those values is empty. That makes sense? No, it's not supposed to be an ampersand. It's not supposed to be an ampersand. So let's do the same thing for the next anchor tag. So if section that settings that hero underscore secondary button. Am I missing something? Why is it not doing the right hero secondary button text? And this was not displayed before. And section that settings dot hero secondary button URL. Are you guys still following along? Or am I going too fast? But we're just basically checking if both of this value is set. Okay, so let's save that. Let's try it. Let's go back here and let's try to make it empty. Reload. I'm really ass in JavaScript and Tailwind. Like I said, it always takes time. I've been doing Tailwind for since when? Three years. And to be honest, I'm still not the best CSS developer or, front-end developer. I still make mistakes. And that is okay. And that's why we have Google and now AI to make it more easier. But I rarely ask ChatGPT to, help me with Tailwind CSS issues. Because I want to get used to it. Yes, if you're learning as much as possible, stay away from AI. Unless you really know what you're doing, then go for it. And personally, I'm not a big fan of AI. That's why you don't even see me using what is it again? What is it again with Git? Copilot. I don't have it. Because as much as possible, I'm trying to manually type all the code. It helps me. It's a bit fast because I just joined late. Well, too bad. You missed the almost 2 hours of content. But as always, you can always go back and catch up for later. Anyway, what are we doing next? Yeah, the navigational bar. We need to open that if we click this button. Isn't it more helpful though to use AI? For some people it is. It is helpful. Like I said, it's just my preferences. I like AI, I like ChatGPT. I like to use it for other stuff. Like for example, I'm working on a document, for my internship report. And I use it to get an idea how I should write my introduction, my table of contents. You get what I mean. But for basic task, yeah, I use ChatGPT a lot. For example, another example is if I'm writing a script for my video and I want it to sound more professional. I mean, you would notice it with most of my videos. With ChatGPT, with Shopify API video, the last video I made, I used ChatGPT with it. Just to, create a better paragraph. Should I put it that way? I guess. Yeah. From Farhan Sheikh, buttons are not showing on homepage now. Yeah, and that is because, oh yeah, good eye, good catch. But we do have something here, correct? Okay, the reason why it's not showing anymore, that's because the URL is not set. It's not set anymore. Because we have two conditions. The one where the text is set and the one for the URL. If we change this to or, then it's still going to display this. Let me show you. It changes to or, and now that's going to display the button because either of the two condition is true. True, false, false, true. That's going to display that. Okay. But I want to display the buttons only if both text and URL is set. Because obviously it doesn't make any sense if you display the button without a URL. Don't you guys agree? Okay. So that makes more sense if we don't display that. But another problem is this thing right here. It's still like displaying this margins, which it should not display a margin because we don't want that. We don't want to have a margin for those buttons, or for at least for this div, because what if both of these buttons are not being displayed? Then we don't want that margin. What we want to do is reload that. What we want to do is to give our buttons like its own div with like margin. But let's experiment. Let's do that. For example, I want to redirect the user or people to collections, all collections. There it goes. You can see now it's being displayed. And for the learn more, we want to redirect them to the blogs. And now it's being displayed. Actually, we don't need to put the margin. It's already good. They all look good. Okay? Right. So let's just proceed with the navigational bar because we need to make this work, make this to work. All right. Go back to VS Code and let's close the hero.liquid. And before we do that, let's push that because we need to have a consistent commit to all of those files. Terminal. No, I'm just gonna open it. Yeah, should be here. Let me put the hero liquid and let's add it here in this commit, and that's going to be a fix. Only display the CTA buttons when both values are set. Okay? Good. As always, you can always check the Git repo. It's not in the description below, so. Is there any way I can change the description while we're doing the live stream? Let me try. Let me try do it here. Oh, maybe I can try here. How can I is there any way I can do that? content. Live. Oh, I can. I think I can. I'll put it at the very bottom. GitHub repository for the project, for the Shopify theme development. Shopify theme development. Supposed to be, let me just put it here so you guys can see what I'm doing. I don't have water. Hold on, give me a sec. Okay. HTTPS github.com. Come on. Live WeeklyHow. That Git. I could be wrong though. Let me just open my account. Repositories. Yes. Let's copy that. Okay. So as always, if you're interested to work with the repository, you can always check the link in the description and clone it. Work with it. Okay? Okay, let's continue. Let's do the heading, the header. Let's close this. Let's close the tailwind. No, we need this. So now that it's not being displayed, we only want it to be displayed if we click the button. Is there any way we can use CSS for that? Just pure CSS. Maybe we can use Google. CSS on click. Yeah. We can use a checkbox. Yeah, we can also use details as well. But it's not really it's a navigation. So I don't think it makes sense if we use details tag. A summary or a label must be provided. Yeah, I don't think that's necessary. Oh, just an anchor tag. This is not gonna work. I assume this is not gonna work because since it's already visited. I mean, there's nothing wrong if we try. Let's try it. Let's turn it into an anchor tag. The hamburger button, where is that? It's this one. Correct? Now instead of a button, let's turn it into an anchor tag. Let's use href with number sign, and let's give it a class. What did they do? Okay. Nav menu open button. So let's use this class. Let me try to understand what's going on here. So we are setting the it's kind of similar to the drop down we did yesterday. The concept is quite similar. It's not even working. So I don't think we should waste time with this. Now when I think about it, is there even a proper way? I don't want to go with the checkbox route. Let's look at the other resources. For testing purpose, I was working with this. Okay. This one works. This one works. So we have the details. It's displayed none. Okay, we can work with this. This is gonna work. Yeah, as much as possible, I'm trying to avoid JavaScript. Later on, it's necessary to use JavaScript. For example, for the product page, we need JavaScript with that because we're changing the ID whenever we change the variant, for example. That, we need JavaScript. But with CSS, like navigational bars and mobile menu, yeah, as much as possible, I want to use just CSS. So let's put this one here. And that's going to be this. Let's get rid of this. But we also need to put a display none to the class show and hide target. Let's take a look at that element. Alright, so basically just the icons. So we don't need this. We don't need this. For the hide target plus show, we displayed to block. We made it to block. Trying to think how this one works. Currently, this is hidden. Displays, details. If it's not the same, if hide target, what is target in CSS? This is what I'm talking about. I don't know the target yet. So it's a to represent a unique element. Depends on the ID of the matching URLs fragment. okay. Since this is a an anchor tag, then ah, yeah, it's kind of similar to what we did, what we had in the previous tab. Since if we click this, it changes the href to show. Okay, I see. Yeah, this is actually very confusing because it's changing the URL and it's adding this ID. This basically it becomes like a, for example, let's try to do it here. For example, if I click this, it adds something to the URL like a table of contents, and it adds like show one here, and then CSS checks for that. Does that make sense? Exactly. And if we hide it, since we click that, it adds like a show one here. But if we click this, it change it to hide one. But this part right here kind of confuses me. Or maybe not. Actually, if hide target is set, if it's being targeted, and additionally to that, there's like a selector for show, which is this one. Then we display. No, hold on. I'm looking at differently. I am too dumb for this. Hold on. The following element would be selected by target selector when the current URL is equal to the above. The following element would be selected. Right. Because in the URL there's section 2, so that means this is going to be selected. If in the URL there's hide, then this is going to be selected. Therefore, it displays this. Does that finally make sense? If there's show one here, then it shows this. Ismail Orki, thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciate it. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the community of developers who doesn't know how to do CSS. It is very confusing. I've never had this kind of like approach to display a div. Because if you work with like React, this is very easy. Like CSS, goddamn, is a bit confusing. But let's try to learn it. Okay, let's try to learn it. I'd like to know how this works. Let's go back here. Since we're going to turn it into an anchor tag, and the href, turn it show mobile menu, like that. I think somehow I'm getting it, but I can't explain it. But I'll try. According to I don't even know if we can call this an algorithm, but if this anchor tag is displayed in the browser, then this is displayed. If this is hidden, this is showed, then this is not displayed. This two will only be displayed, either of these two is only going to be displayed depending on the value of the URL. If there's no hide or show, it displays the expand. I think that's how this works here. This selectors here, CSS, is intended for this two. And this two as well, because there's the details. Does that make sense? I tried to like explain it, but like I'm gonna need some help. It's still confusing, honestly. But let me try to implement it. So we have an anchor tag. This is just for show. If I click this, it should add something to the URL. Let's save it. Let's go back here. Look, if I click this, see it add this. If the URL has a show menu, show mobile menu, this like tag or anchor, then we display the mobile, the container. But how can we do that? Let's just change this to this. Okay? But let's also hold on. Go back in here. We should have a class for that anchor tag and set it to hide. What did we put on that anchor tag? The anchor tag has a class of nav menu open button. So we'll change this to nav menu open button. We want to check if this anchor tag is like being targeted. Plus the show. We're going to also select that for this first selector. For this part right here. So that show should be the close. So let's go back to header and look for that close button, which is going to be this part right here. I'll take this slow, okay? We'll change the button to anchor tag and change the attribute type to href. This time we'll change it to close. What did we do before? Hide mobile menu. So hide mobile menu. But the class for this anchor tag is going to be menu, nav menu close button. Nav menu close button. I'm not expecting this to work. I'm trying to understand how this was implemented. Okay. So by the looks of it, we're done. Let's try. If we click this, it's not showing. That means we're missing something. Let's look at the div. So the mobile menu container displayed none, but we want to select both of that. The one for the close button and the one for the open button with a target. If this is being targeted, yeah, it's not going to work. What did he do here? Perhaps we need to also set this. We need to hide it as well. So the one for the show and hide target. So let's put it here. And this one too. Okay, how much are you gonna bet, Bleach? You think this is going to work now? What do you say? I'm not gonna press Alt Tab. I feel like it's gonna work. You don't think it's gonna work? You don't think so? You're gonna bet $2 for that? You owe me $2. Let's go back. Whoop! Was that a preview? If I press this and it works, you owe me $2. Okay, for Farhan Sheikh as well, he said it didn't work. How much you gonna bet? Okay, so both of you said it's not gonna work. Is that final? Is that final? Ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to the tab and see if it works or not. It's not. Well, let's refresh. If I click this, it did not work. No, you're good. You're good. You're good. It did not work, unfortunately. Ah, too bad. I want the $2. So it did not work. Great. So this part right here, this is the container, that's the details. And everything is set to display none. Perhaps I am missing something. Nav. So this is hidden, correct? Because we have the, hold on. It's hidden when it's on the large screen. We want to see the anchor tag. This anchor tag right here. Right? So it's hidden. Is it hidden? Yeah, it's also hidden. But what if we change the hide mobile menu? Was it displayed? It's still hidden. Therefore, it's not working. I think this is the reason why it's not working. This part right here. Maybe it needs to be inside of a parent. Because here, they're both under or inside of a parent div. And the reason why it's not working, and that is because this anchor tag here is inside of a different parent. Correct? Let's try to move this. Temporarily, let's move it. Let's put it here. We'll bring it back later on. Okay? And let's just remove that. It's still not working, which is weird. So we have this two anchor tag still hidden. Well, this is infuriating. Now I'm just thinking of like using JavaScript. No, we're not going to oh, bleached. You actually did it. No, you don't owe me $1. You don't owe me. You won the bet. But thank you. Thank you for that. I almost missed that. Hold on. I'm a man of my words. You didn't even lose. I lost the bet. It didn't work. Should have done that. Is there any way I can refund it? No, I don't think so. You already posted the chat. But thank you. You know, usually you can say something. Speaking of saying something, I want to implement that audio chat where you can like do a super chat, post a message, and a voice will say whatever you typed. I want to do that as well. That seems very fun. Maybe later on, I can work on that. But yeah, thank you so much for the $1, Bleach. Appreciate it. As always, you're the best. I'm not trying to be biased. I love every single one of you. That for sure. Everyone balanced. There's no favoritism in this community. And I'm not saying that with sarcasm. the sound thing can be a nightmare. Imagine everyone just super chatting and all of those audio is just saying at the same time. No, I don't think so. I think you can have a delay for each super chat, because I've watched some streamers before and they're using those chat messages and it's not that bad. But there was an issue where like a super chat is being multiplied or being said twice. That is daunting. Anyway, yeah. What should we do with this thing? Should I just go with the checkbox? I can go with the checkbox. The checkbox approach. Like if the checkbox is checked, maybe we can find another example. Go back, go back, go back, go back, go back. I can't even go back. Mobile menu open only CSS. Take a look at examples. Okay. Yeah, it's using a checkbox. What if someone wrote a spam in the super chat? Like, what do you mean? Like a virus URL? What do you mean spam? Like a promotion thing? Yeah, that could be an issue. But that's why the URLs are blocked. One of you guys tried to post a URL and I think it was Soham. Yeah. He tried to post a URL and it was not displayed because URLs are disabled by default. And I didn't do it myself. It's YouTube or perhaps elements, the stream elements disabled it. So yeah, I'm not really worried about those spam. It's not like I'm using my own platform. It's on YouTube. So the problem is you guys, or maybe some random viewer would just post URL here and there and or spam. That could be an issue, but I'm not really worried. It's not like we're a big community. But hey, that's just an idea in the future. Maybe we can do that. But let's do this because we're taking so much time just for the navigational bar. And I want to continue with the rest of the template files or sections. Let's do the hamburger button. So it's using a checkbox. Let's just put this here so I know what I'm gonna do. Is it also doing the same thing here? Let's take a look at the source code. So there's no JavaScript, great. Okay. What is it using? Yeah, it's also a checkbox. Menu toggle. I'm interested with the checkbox. So this, if it's checked, then display it. What about this X here? What is that? It's interesting. Oh, okay, so it's a span. So the span is being animated like this. If it's checked, then do the rotation. Okay, but I'm not interested with that. I don't want the entire rotating thing. I just want to do that. If it's checked, then we display the mobile menu. Let's try and do that. How long have I been streaming? Hold on. 2 hours and a half. Okay, let's put the anchor tag back because where was it placed again? I forgot. Hold on. I don't want to break it. There we go. Let's bring it back there. And this one here, it's not going to be an anchor tag anymore. Instead, it's going to be an input. So we're going to create an input somewhere here. We'll call it with a type checkbox. Okay. To be honest, I don't think we need to let's put it inside of a div with a class nav menu div class nav menu open button, and let's move this checkbox here. If this is checked, let me just try and learn what's going on here. Are they in the same parent? I think they are in the same parent. Yeah, they're in the same parent. Okay. I'll see you later. Enjoy your 20 minutes. To be honest, I'm gonna be ending soon too. But it's just 8:30. So probably not. I'm having fun with the navigational bar. It's taking so much time, but it's great. Let's do this. The problem is all of it should be in the same parent. And it's not possible. No, I'm just kidding. I'll stay. I'll probably end the same stream around 10, which is like 2 hours. So don't worry. We'll do a 5-hour stream. That's gonna break a record. If I'm gonna be honest, I have not much else to do. So I might as well do this. It's fun. Okay. I'm very stuck with this navigational bar. If this is just JavaScript, it's gonna be quick. Let me just minimize this because this is the navigation. The parent is the header. And if we click this button, we also want to deselect this. Is there any way to CSS selectors? Select all elements with the class nitro or intro. Select all elements with both name1 and name2 in the class. Just an ID. Select all elements. Select all p elements. Select all elements where the parent is a div. Select the first p that is placed immediately after div. Select every unordered list that is preceded by the p, but they're in the same. From Farhan Sheikh, I apologize, I missed your chat. I am a WordPress developer now and I'm interested in Shopify theme development, but there is not much content on Shopify dev on YouTube. I mean, what are we doing here? Welcome. We're doing Shopify theme development at the moment. What is your question? Do you have are you curious about something about Shopify theme development? Do you want to see something? We're going to cover them as much as possible on live streams. So if you have requests, don't hesitate to let us know in the chat so we can work on it in the future or the next live streams. That's also why I want to make this an open source, this project. So you guys can provide like a pull request, or you can do a pull request as well if you're interested. It's gonna be for everyone. That's why I'm watching. Thank you for watching. But we're just a bit stuck with this CSS thing, and it's kind of starting to be frustrating. Maybe we can ask ChatGPT. I don't know. No, that's going to be not good. I mean, in general, compared to WordPress. Well, WordPress development is very different from Shopify development. Because with WordPress, I mean, you're working with PHP, right? Whereas Shopify theme development, you'll be working most of the time with Liquid, which is a Shopify's own language interpreter. So yeah. As much as possible, I'll try to give good information how to work with Shopify theme development. That's the goal. And that's why I'm always open with like questions. If you have questions, if you're curious about something, if you want me to do something, let me know. But you know what? I'm done with this. I'm just gonna use JavaScript. I quit. Yeah, let's use JavaScript. Shoot. Button. Let's get rid of this. Replace it with type. Button. ID. Set it to navigation. Button open. Let's get rid of the class. Honestly, we don't need that anymore. And we just need to add like an event to this. If we click this, then we display the mobile menu. So we just need to set this. Give it like style, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna add a style here, and we'll set the display to none. That's how I'm gonna do it. Let's get rid of this. And let's open the header.js. We don't have that anymore. Let's just use your document.get element by ID. And that's going to be the button. Yeah, because as much as possible, I don't want to waste time here. And then let's add an event listener. And we are going to use the type on click. And then for its event, we are going to change the display value to block. So is there any way we can add like an ID to this? So mobile menu container. Let's copy that. Go back here. Document.get element by ID. And we are going to set the attribute style, and its value is going to be display block. Oops. Maybe there's a better way to do this. Surely there is. There must be like a style. Set style. Style. No. Let me just open our browser. Perhaps there's a JavaScript set style. Okay, style display none. Style dot display is equal to none. Is that how it is? Yeah. Save it. Hold on. Oh yeah, because we haven't used the header.js yet. Let's go back to the theme layout and let's add it just below the main. We're going to use the header.js and the filter asset asset URL and then the JavaScript tag. JavaScript? Nope. Script tag. What is the tag again? See, I forgot things. And that is okay. There's no shame in that. Hosted file, asset URL, okay. HTML. Yeah, it was supposed to be script tag. I was confused, but I was like typing, where's the script tag? I don't see script tag. That's weird. Are we getting errors? We are not getting errors, so it must be okay. Header.js, good. Asset URL, we're passing it to script tag. Let's take a look at our elements. Header.js. Yeah, it's here. So I'm curious why it's not working. Perhaps let's try to. Oh, and that is because it's supposed to be, no, it's good. Because it's get element by ID. Let's debug. Console.log hello. Yeah, it's working. So that means this part right here is now working. It's supposed to be block. There we go. Great. How did I miss that? What is next that we're going to do? Obviously the close. We need to close this. So we'll do the same thing. We're going to create an event for that button. Where's that button? Is this one? We'll change it now. Change this to a button because previously it was an anchor tag because we changed it. But we no longer, that's no longer the case. And we'll just get rid of this and add an ID. And this time we'll call it, where's the button? Navigation button close. So we'll call it navigation button close. Do you guys know what I'm doing? Are you guys lost? Am I going too fast? So we will do the same thing. We'll give an event to this button And if this is clicked, then we are going to turn the mobile menu, the container, it's displayed to none this time. So document that get element by ID. In fact, you can just copy this, paste it. Instead of open, we'll use close. It'll be much quicker. We can get rid of the hello now. We don't need that. But this time, instead of block, we'll display it none. It's not going to be displayed. Okay, click, click. Perfect. Pretty much done with the entire navigational bar. That's good. I think, is it also working here, the login? No, I don't think so. That's what I thought. So let's scroll down and look for that login. It's this one. So if you have followed along yesterday, we used an object called routes, and then we used the attribute account login URL to redirect the users to the login page. That's pretty much it. And now if we click the login, hold on, let me just it's getting buggy. Click this. It should redirect us to the login. Perfect. All right. We're pretty much done. Let's also fix this button here. It should redirect us to the home page if we click this icon or logo. Where's that Shrek? So we have this. It should have a shop.url. It went back to that domain name, which is not what we want. Routes dot root URL. There you go. That's better, because we don't want to redirect ourselves to the development store, the real development store. We want them to be directed to the root, regardless of the domain name. Or why is it redirected not to my development store? There you go. Okay. This one too. So there's another one. This, we'll change it to a route, and it should be the root. Okay, I guess it's done. This time, our header.liquid is finally done. We're going to push this, as always. We need this one too. Okay, let's push everything. Git commit. And this time it's going to be completely done. Header.liquid with mobile menu. Okay, let's push it. So just one thing that you also need to keep in mind, since I am committing, I am doing push, you're gonna need to pull those changes, those commits as well. And it's going to be under the branch development, because I am not yet in the main branch. And once we're done with at least most of the cool features, most of the necessary features of a Shopify theme, then we're going to do a pull request, and I'll show you how to do that and merge it to the main branch. And we're going to create another branch for other issues, for example. Yeah. Currently, we have 5 people in the stream, so welcome to everyone who joined me. I appreciate your time, and I hope you guys are learning something, even if sometimes it don't make any sense, especially the CSS part. Yeah, that's why I just decided to, you know what, let's just go straight to JavaScript. This is, yeah, ridiculous. If you guys have requests of what you want me to do, previously we worked on the hero section. If you guys have something like an idea, then let me know. We can work on that. Also, before I forget, Soham sent me a URL, and maybe we can take a look at it. A question from Farhan. Why are you using Tailwind? Why not Bootstrap? Well, like I said before, the reason why I'm not using Bootstrap, and that is because it will look very similar to other Shopify themes, and not Shopify themes, but like other themes that uses Bootstrap. And as much as possible, I want to have a freedom to, use utility classes, or I want to have a freedom that where I can write my own CSS styles, like the one we did last time for the drop-down container. I want to have that kind of freedom. I mean, technically you can do the same thing using Bootstrap, but I don't know why. That's a really good question. I could use Bootstrap, but I guess that just makes everything easy, if that makes sense. With Tailwind CSS, it makes you think. At least that's how I look at it. With Tailwind CSS, it makes me think that in order for me to have this kind of like component, then I need to use this, I need to use that. It makes me think, which is one of the most important thing that you need to have as a, I guess, software engineer or programmer or theme developer. You need to have that kind of mindset that not everything is just to be ready for you. If you want freedom, then why use a framework like Sass? I agree. That's a good point. It's a really good point. But I guess another reason why I want to use this Tailwind CSS, and that is because I'm used to it. And that is a very unfair thing to say. But yeah, I'm just really used to it. And I love Tailwind CSS. That's a bit too biased. Have you used are you using Bootstraps, or are you using Bootstrap for your projects? I assume yes. And that is okay. Honestly, it's all just about preferences. At the end of the day, it's all about preferences. If you prefer to use Bootstrap, use it. If you want to use Tailwind CSS, use it. It's about preferences, and my preference is to use Tailwind. Maybe that's yeah, a bit biased, but happens everywhere. That's why we always have that kind of debate. Like, why not use Angular? Why are you using React? Why not use Vue.js? Why are you using Bootstrap? Why not use Tailwind? Why are you using Tailwind? Why not use Bootstrap or other UI frameworks or libraries? Right? But at the end of the day, it's all just about preferences. But yeah, good question regardless. Thank you so much for that, Farhan. I appreciate it. try to avoid both of them, but if I don't have time, then I use Bootstrap. Yeah, exactly. Usually it's just about like kind of situations like that. If you're really in a hurry and you want everything to be designed um, faster, then Bootstrap is obviously one of the best choices you can ever make, because it's built. Yeah, it's already built for you. Components are there. Honestly, when was the last time I checked Bootstrap? Let's take a look at it. Which version is it now? Is it 5? Or are they 6 already? There's still 5. Oh, there's still 5. I use Bootstrap for the theme development. Not Shopify theme development, WordPress theme development. And I'm surprised there's still a version 5. I thought there were already like 6. Right? It's very, very simple. All you need to do is just to use the CDN URLs. And yeah, this is another thing that I hate about Bootstrap, because you have all of this script tags, which is sometimes quite unnecessary. Whereas with like Tailwind, you don't need to put anything at all. Just the style shit, and that's pretty much it. I mean, it's very understandable because most components do have events. Like for example, accordion. This thing right here, I think uses JavaScript. Am I correct? Yeah, these buttons right here. Same thing with other components. Yeah, the modals. Right. And now they have a utility API. Okay. So I guess my question as well for Farhan, what do you usually do with Bootstrap, if I can ask you that? Like, do you go thoroughly with it? Or are you just using the components, which is mostly the case? Correct? Because I believe now you can extend it. There's even like a page for that. I believe there's also a way to make a theme. Like for example, yeah, the colors. Is there any way like to customize this now? I believe so. Oh, I see. Yeah, components most of the time, right? When you say, the thing with Bootstrap is that, yeah, if you use it, mostly you just use the components. You don't really go deeply. I believe you can customize it in a way you want. But, I mean, why would you do it? It's kind of unnecessary. It loses the entire point of Bootstrap. Like, Bootstrap is already designed for you. Yeah, this is what I'm trying to say. Look how they all look similar. The buttons. With Tailwind, I think it's you have more, you know, freedom to just do whatever you want. What did I? Oh, hey, welcome back. That wasn't 20 minutes. Was it 20 minutes? Yeah, it was 20 minutes. But yeah, we're just talking about um, was it Bootstrap? Because Farhan asked me why did I use why am I not using Bootstrap? Why did I use Tailwind? And then I answered, oh, I just want to have freedom to, style my stuff, my code, my components the way I want. Then he asked me why did I not use a framework like a CSS framework like SAS, for example. That was a good question. And then I responded, it was just my preference. I said that at the end of the day, everything is just all about preferences. It's like telling your mom, I'm not going there. I'm not going with that joke. I was saying that it's all about preferences. If you like to use React, you'll definitely use React instead of Vue.js or Angular. If you use Angular, you'll go with Angular instead of React. And it's just all about preferences. And my preferences is Tailwind. Isn't Bootstrap restricting? In a way, yeah. In a way. In a way, it is restricting. Okay, so I was saying, sorry about the segue. I was saying before, we are finally done with the mobile thing. I clicked it and it's not opening. What's going on? Okay, I think there's a bug in here. We need to fix that. The reason why it's not opening, that is because this thing right here honestly it should not be a bug. It should work. But if we change our tab, yeah, it's still working. I don't know why it's not working. That was odd. So this is what we did. Unfortunately, Bleach, we went for JavaScript. It was I'm mad, I'm angry. It pisses me off with the CSS approach. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna ditch this and I'm just go straight to JavaScript. I mean, we could try to make the mobile app drop down come from the side instead of it being a drop down. Wait, hold on, you're cooking. You're cooking. Let me think. No, stop. Stop. We're not wasting more time with this. We're going straight to other things. Okay? We're going straight to other things. Anyway, um I want to ask, like, what do you guys want to learn from Shopify theme development? If there's one thing that you are stuck with, if there's a component that you want to see, then maybe we can do it. Now we are finally done with the hero section. Maybe you want to see something, right? And we can work on it. I'm just watching for fun and learning more about Tailwind, but I would like to learn how to start the development process. Like the very first thing we did, the very beginning of this live stream, like the first live stream, because most of the time, if you start how to write the first line of code in the whole project, I mean, it depends. Most of the time, it depends on what kind of project you're trying to make. Like, for example, let's use React app as an example. Well, if you're going to develop a React application, then it usually starts with npx create React app, right? And it creates a template, a boilerplate. What are you gonna do next? Obviously, you go to the app.jsx and start writing there. What do you want to write? Hello world? And that's also, before you even start writing your first application, you brainstorm ideas. What kind of application you're trying to make? That's also why Figma designs is also very important, or application designing is very important, or web design is very important, because you can't just start coding. You need to get an idea of like what you're building. Correct? So yeah, before you even start writing code, get ideas of what you want to do. Personally, me, I used Python and C to make cybersecurity tools, and it's very different from this. Yeah, obviously, I don't even know why you're here. I get it. I get what you mean. But yeah, I have like classmates with cybersecurity. They're like cybersecurity students, and I don't get what they're doing, if I'm gonna be honest. Walk me through. Trying to walk me through how you work as a cybersecurity developer. I'm interested. I'd like to know. But making tools is different because you already know what to do. Exactly. I mean, it's the same thing. When you already know what to do, then you know what to write. It's the same thing. You already know what you want it to do. Exactly. It's kind of similar to for real one. No, this is the reason why we're here. This is why it's called theme dev and chill. We're learning from each other. It's not just me. you learning from me. I mean, technically, you should be learning from me instead of me learning from you. But you know what? It's fine. It's fine. I get it. I get it. But what I'm trying to say is, it's similar. It's kind of similar. If you know what you want to do, or how it should how the application should work, it's, he is actually explaining. First, I use nano. You see, that's another thing. It's preferences. This is great. Oh, okay. Since you guys are not saying anything, like what kind of component we should be working on next, I'm just going to open the URL that Soham sent me through email. Okay, so let's do that. It's https water filters fast dot myshopify.com. First of all, am I even allowed to open this? Okay, hold on before we continue. And then just start importing libraries from Python. Okay, I know how it works, because tools work differently, and then you program the. I mean, technically, it's kind of similar to web development as well. You start with like building the boilerplate of the application. In our case, with Shopify theme development, the boilerplate is the Dawn theme, and then you can use Node or npm to install libraries. Concept is quite similar, don't you think? Then you need to write it. Obviously, C makes it difficult but gives you more control. Yeah. But listen, at the end of the day, it's just all about if you know what your app want, if you know what kind of app you're building, it makes it easier what to do next. If you want to build like a web application and the app is just a button with like a press event and does some crazy thing, then you get an idea of what you should be building. Okay, I'm going to build a React app using the npx create react app command. It generates a boilerplate. Then I will go to the app.jsx, and in that script, in that file, I'll just display a button that does this. It's kind of, yeah, I don't even know why we're debating on this. But in case you're making a malware to test, you need to make it very different than tools, because you need to make the server to receive the connection. Okay. So basically we're talking APIs now. I have no idea, honestly. I have no idea about malwares too. I'm too dumb with that. Not exactly API, but similar. Yeah. Yeah, let's move on. Let's move on, shall we? Okay, so I was saying, so Ham sent me an email, and he want me to open this. So let's just open it. I don't even know if Ham is still in this stream. Maybe he's gone. But oh, would you look at that? So we have this. Enter using password. And let's type the password. I think the password is this. Okay. He said that he is working on this. Which is quite impressive. I like the color scheme. It's blue and pink. This is great. I don't know what's the problem. What is the problem with this? It looks like a real online store. Let's go with a mobile. For this, I wouldn't make it like this. It's kind of like, a feature. If you can, I'd recommend like make it into a slider so it's more interactive instead of just scrolling. It's kind of like this, right? You can slide. So for this as well, you can have like a slider with a like a padding or threshold. Like for example, you display a bit of the second slide so they know that it's a slider. So it doesn't take so much space. At least that's how I view it. And we have the collections, and we have the featured product, and this one too. I believe it's taking so much space. And this also should be fixed. I don't think it should be that big. And look at this, there's a placeholder image. This is great. Then it's great. I like it. If he made this, I'm really impressed. Okay. Yeah, I guess just customize this companies. I'd say. Like I don't understand. Oh, okay. So it's a category. Is it a category? Oh, it's a collection. I didn't know. Okay, now I know. I thought it was like a featured of companies. So it's a collection of products. Interesting. Okay. Never mind. Erase my comment. Let's go with the product page. Okay. Yeah, I don't have any comments. Perhaps just the color here too. Maybe make it not too red, because it's like popping up a lot. Like make it a bit darker than this color here, because it doesn't look dark but more like it looks like red. Maybe I can try to show it like the kind of color I would pick for that. So we have that, right? Select this. Like that. Like it doesn't pop out too much. Just give it enough like detail. To give it an emphasize that hey, this is an input field. Because if you make it too red, I think it just looks very weird. Yeah, that's just my 2 cents though. What else? Everything looks good. I think I don't have much comment. I'd rather see the code. If I see the code, maybe I have a more comment. I like that there's like transform transition. Let's go to the cart or account, I guess. Okay. What about in mobile? Cool. I assume this part right here is customizable in the customizer page. You see this image, like the background image. I hope it's customizable. Maybe make it like that if it's not. And maybe give this more a bit of like margin, top to bottom, because it's very close to one another. And perhaps like make sure that the footer is at the bottom. Yeah. Like there's no white space underneath if it's not filling up everything. Okay. From Cyan Dog, hey, welcome to the stream. Welcome. How are you doing? Introduce yourself. Where are you from? That's a bit aggressive. I'm sorry. It's a bit aggressive. I didn't mean that. That's made cleverly impressive. But yeah, I agree. It's very good. If he made this himself, I'm very impressed. And everything is lazy loaded as well, so that's great. But yeah, this thing right here, if there's no image, you should put like a placeholder. From Cyan Dog, are you a Shopify theme developer? I would say yeah. What do you guys think? Am I a Shopify theme developer? I would say yeah, I'm a Shopify theme developer. I'm great. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're just having fun here. We worked on a this thing right here. This is a Shopify theme, and we've been working on it for the past live streams. And we created the hero section, the navigational bar, the templates, etc. Yeah, we've made so much progress in just a short period of time, but it's good. So yeah, we're great. Thank you, and much love to South America. In which area of like South America? I'm not very familiar with. Like I said, I'm just really bad at geography. Is it like Argentina, right? Peru? They're South America, right? I would say yes. Okay, yeah, I'm a Shopify theme developer then. Thank you, Bleach. You always got my back. Oh, we have finally 8 people. This is great. Welcome everyone. Welcome to live stream, weekly live stream. Okay, what is he doing? In the past live streams, we created a Shopify theme, and this is the progress. We created like a hero section, the navigational bars. We set up our templates, JSON templates, our template sections, and we installed Tailwind CSS. We installed Shopify CLI. We created a boilerplate. We set up our GitHub repo, which you can find in the description below if you're interested to look at it. It's in github.com/Polidario /live weekly how theme. It's all there. But yeah, we're doing Shopify theme development basically here. Thank you so much for the question, Fad Al Shamari. Thank you so much for the question. From Sign Dog Brazil, to be more specific. Oh, damn. Big fan of Brazil. I love Brazil. I wish I can go there someday. Si, si. Hola. Ti amo. Is that also how you say I love you? I hope I'm not embarrassing myself. Hola. Hola. Sí, sí. Yeah, keep going, guys. I like what I'm seeing right here. Oh, that means I get it right then. Oh, I'm speaking Brazil then Spanish. Is it the same thing? Spanish and from the language that you're using, or is it like Mexican? I'm gonna stop talking. I feel like I'm just embarrassing myself. Yeah, that Portuguese and Spanish. Okay, it's very close then. Oh yeah, I think. I mean, Portugal speaks Portuguese, correct? I went to Lisbon couple last month. We went to a web summit, and yeah, I met Portuguese people. They're amazing. I love there. If there's like one, if I could have like one wish, probably just stay there. I'll probably live there. It's a great place. I love the atmosphere there. I love the people. I love the food. There's plenty of like options. The transportation is great. Very easy. Shit. Of course. Yeah, I think we're just embarrassing ourselves here, Bleach. We gotta stop. But anyway, yeah. If you guys have any requests, as always, you can just let me know, and we can work on it on our Shopify theme. But since I'm not getting any requests, I guess we can work on the next template file, which is going to be the 404. So let's do that. We already have the 404.json template here. That is good. Let's close that, and we can open the sections folder, and it should be the template 404 here. What do you guys think? Should we do that? All right, Farhan, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate your time, and I hope I could see you again tomorrow. Same time as always. Yeah. Once again, don't forget the schedule. I mean, you guys don't owe me anything. The schedule for live stream is always going to be Friday, Saturday, Sunday from 5:30 p.m. to like 3 hours. 3 hours. Okay. If you're interested to join us, you can always do that. It's always going to be around those times. Okay? Great. I'll see you. Do you have a Discord server to keep in touch? We actually have. In fact, let's do it. You know what? Let's work on something else. We have a Discord server, but I didn't announce that because the plan is I want to have our own Discord server, but for Udemy students and WeeklyHow students. It's like a bonus for them. If they take my courses, they can have Discord server where we can all communicate to one another, and I'll help them. But you know what? Let's just make it open. Let's make it open. Everyone can join. What was my password though? Hold on. Let me just hide it. Give me a sec. Okay, I think I'm gonna need to authenticate. Do I have it here? Oh, it is. Okay. Here. Right? So we have our Discord server right here. And let's do it. Let's freaking go. How do I invite you guys though? I forgot already. So you see here, I set it up. Like we have the welcome. It's not even displaying the rules. It's just displaying welcome to WeeklyHow. Okay. We have here the announcements, the lobby where you guys can talk. But this is like the Shopify app development area and Shopify theme development area. And I plan to make it like private just for students. And I invite them if they took my course. Right? But let's try to make it open. I'm going to, how can I invite? Server settings. Invites. Here's a list. No. Custom invite link. I think this is the one, right? Make your server easily accessible with fancy custom invite link of your choosing. Be aware that keep in mind that we may take back custom invite list if we discover abuse intellectual property. Do I need to pay? Click on the above arrow. Which one? Which arrow are we talking about? This one? Oh, it's this one. Which part? Invite link. Invite people? Oh, is this one? Okay. I'm too dumb for this. No, I can't paste the URL. Oh, I can. I'm an admin. Yes, go. I was like, I thought like, no, it's not gonna work because so Ham posted a URL and it didn't work. I can because I'm an admin. Okay, so feel free to join. And some of you already joined. Let's go. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, we live. Let's go. Yo, ladies and gentlemen, we are live here at Discord. I hope we don't mess this around. Maybe I'm gonna have to set this up properly because I didn't. I don't even know like how is this gonna work. Like, how did I set this up? Is there any moderation applied to this thing? But the rules, basically, the rules is simple. Be kind to one another. Don't abuse the system. And if someone asks for help, try to help them. I guess that's how I would like it to be. Yeah, let's talk here. General. Shopify app development though. That's Shopify app development channel. You can also go to Shopify theme development if you want to talk about Shopify theme development. That's the rule, okay? If you want to talk about certain topics, Shopify development, theme development, app development, talk in that specific channel. But if you just want to talk about general things, talk inside the lobby. Okay? Maybe we're going to create another channel for other things. I have no idea. Okay, we got a question from Campfire. You know, this is just unfair. We have a chat on YouTube. You guys not saying anything there. And now we here in Discord, you guys are talking. Why is that? Explain yourself. I'm just being mean. I apologize. Hello, hello everyone. Thank you so much for joining. What about general? Yeah, I mean general depends on like which channel. Is it the Shopify app development or Shopify theme development? If it's app development, you talk in the general under that channel. But let's answer first the question from Campfire. I'm just getting into Shopify platform. What's the difference between liquid and hydrogen? Very good question. So the difference between liquid and hydrogen is that liquid is a kind of like a language, a programming language built by Shopify to, you know, to interact with an online store, the data of your online store. But it's not really like a programming language where you can do API calls. It's a very basic language, and it's just specifically built for Shopify. Okay? Whereas hydrogen, it's more like a framework for building a headless e-commerce store. Do you get what I mean? Again, Liquid is more like a language to interact with Shopify, whereas Hydrogen is like a framework. Like, what framework can we use as an example? Like Next.js, I guess. Hydrogen is like a way to create a headless e-commerce app. So you're not really connected to Shopify, but in a way you are getting those data from Shopify. That makes sense. Could you accept my friend request at WeeklyHow? How do I do that? Friends, pending. I don't know, drink bleach. This is just this is just tickling my amateurness. Pretty mature to this. Okay, I'm going to accept your friend request. I don't know, drink bleach. You can make some people mods of the server. I don't know if I should do that. Maybe in the future. Maybe if we become big, I don't know. Perhaps we could. YouTube have too much delay. That's true. Yeah, I see why. Okay, then I guess we can do it here. But I'm just trying to like make sure that my analytics is doing well. Because I want interaction in the chat as well. It helps the algorithm, the YouTube algorithm, to push my live to others as well. If you guys talk in the YouTube chat, it helps. But yeah. Liquid is like similar to Jinja for Python, right? I wouldn't say like that. So you can't make any API calls using that. No, you can. You can make API calls using Hydrogen. I'm saying you can't make API calls with Liquid. Liquid is just like an overlay language, your Shopify online store. How can I say this? Imagine you no, I can't use HTML as an example, unfortunately. Maybe I can. I don't know. Blow up the chat for maximum interaction. Yes. Interaction 1, 2, 3. You guys are funny. I love it. Let's go. Yeah. Do it. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's a template language. Yes, exactly. We getting big. W, massive W. Let's go. WeeklyHow, do you have YouTube stream delay? Perhaps I do. I mean, it has been an issue since the beginning. I think it's also because of the stream elements. Maybe I should change. But the problem is, or at least like, they said stream elements is one of the best overlays for YouTube Live. Or maybe we should move to other streaming platform, Twitch. Maybe I should stream on both, on YouTube and on Twitch. We could do that too. But yes, Liquid is kind of like it's a template language. I forget about that. Music forever. Is the delay of YouTube chat? Yeah, I think I already answered that. Yeah. It's more of a streaming delay. I'll take a look at it more in the later on. Maybe I could do something. Can you add a dank memer bot on this Discord server? We can do that. Yes. Let's make our Discord server interesting. How do we do that? You guys teach me. I feel like I'm an old man. I don't know anything about this. Double the platform, double the public. Yeah. Let's do that. I'm gonna learn how to do multiple streams at once. Someone did it once. Let's go to the other channel. Tag everyone already instead of welcome. We talk in lobby, right? Yes. Once again, if it's general topic discussion, do it in lobby. If it's Shopify app development, do it in Shopify app development. If it's theme development, do it here. And I'm very scared of like No, we're not doing that. Hey, how can I leave? Is there a way I can leave? Don't don't. How can I get rid of myself here? Shit. Close. There we go. I was scared there for a second. Okay, hold on. Let's take one step at a time, okay? I'm going to interact with the YouTube chat. Any tips for anyone getting into Shopify? Any tips? Getting into Shopify, you mean the platform itself? What kind of specific tip are you looking for? Like the e-commerce part, drop shipping, making money with Shopify? I don't know. Bro became old in 15 minutes. I just don't know how this works, man. I apologize. Now I'm just really embarrassing myself. I'm just 27 years old. I love this. Yeah, I did. Thank God. It's gone. I was so close to becoming famous. Okay, anyway, we moved to the Twitch. Okay. Search Discord bot. Oh, you added like a URL. So I hope this is not a virus. Okay, let me read this through. Money, money, money. Fishy, fish, fish. You're not trolling me, right? I hope you guys are not trolling me. Let's put this. Okay, this will allow the developer of Dank Memer to add a bot to a server, create commands, paint a happy little tree. What is that X? Add a server to WeeklyHow. Okay, let's go. Confirm that you want to grant Dank Memer the following permission: read messages and messages, create public threads, manage embed links, attach files. This man is about to make a huge mistake. Once you release the dank meme, there's no going back. Now that you said that, I might step back for a little bit. Why is that the case? You gotta give a good reason why I should click authorize. Whoever said this. I don't know, drink bleach, you gotta explain. Explain to me why I should click authorize. Cyan Dog, can you also help me? I trust you. Imagine they're just the same person and they're just going back and forth. Just authorize. I'm just really scared. I feel like I'm making a big mistake. I hope not. You know what? I might click it. I know dank memes, but no, I don't know dank memes. I just know memes. But dank? Let's do our research. Jesus Christ, I'm an old man. Dank memes. Our live stream has come to this. We're supposed to be like, you know, productive and doing codes, and a lot of that has come to this. It has come to this, ladies and gentlemen. We're clicking the authorize. We are clicking the authorize. I repeat, we are going to authorize. Can somebody say in the chat, authorize? Once you go to the dank meme route, you're one step closer from the abyss. I'm clicking it. I'm clicking it for the memes. Uh-oh. 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 No, not yet. I still need to click this. Am I even human? Am I a human? I made a severe, continuous lapse of judgment. Okay. Oh, we need to set it up. We need to set it up. Okay. Great. Oh boy. To get started, send help categories to see all the commands. Okay, you gotta guide me. You gotta guide me because I don't know how this works. Release the Kraken. Okay, let's set it up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What are we doing? What are we doing? Sup, nerds? My name is Dank Gamer. To get started, if this is disabled, they will disable bank rob for the entire server. Bank robbing. I have no idea what I'm doing. Can somebody help? What is going on? What about me? Balance. I don't have anything. That's not fair. Come on. What are we even doing? This is no longer theme development, guys. What are we doing? But I'm having fun with you guys. It's great. It's great. You guys are funny. Keep it up. I'm gonna be staying here. If I stopped the live stream, we can still talk here. I'm gonna be talking with you guys because I'm pretty lonely anyway. Play the sad music. Do we have music? Let me go to epidemic sound. I need a sad music for that. Music. Sad. I am. This is great. I appreciate all you guys. I know. I know we could have been more productive, but this entire Discord thing that we're doing at the moment is. It has switched or shifted. It has shifted us to what we can call chaos. It is a painful experience. But at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we move. We move. Send the heart. Send the heart to all of yours. What are we even doing? Okay. Let's stop. Let's stop that. I don't know. I don't know what we're doing. Let's close this. This. No, we're not closing that. Let's close this. Let's close that. Let's close that. Okay, you know what? We are good. You guys have plans. You guys have amazing plans for this Discord channel, and I'm gonna leave this to all of you. Whatever happens here, it's outside of WeeklyHow, okay? Whatever reputation we have or I have, I'll leave it all to you. You guys made my 2023 amazing. What else? Like animals. What do you mean type? Oh. Oh. That I like. You know what? This is not supposed to be here in the welcome in rules. I'm supposed to have like a set of rules here displayed. So I'm gonna clean this up later on. You should not be talking here in this area. Okay. Anyway, I think I'm gonna end this here. We're not doing anything anymore. But but having fun. I'm having fun. I had fun with everything you guys have been doing. You guys are amazing. You guys are funny. I haven't laughed in a while. And you guys made it so much better. So thank you so much. I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you. And yeah, if you guys have plans for this Discord thing, I'll just leave it all to you. I trust you guys. Oh, someone wants to fight me, huh? Someone wants to fight me. What do you want? What do you want, huh? You want to fight? No. How can accept? Okay, let's do this. Before we end this, let's fight. Welcome to Shopify Theme Development live stream. We are fighting. Who's first? Punch. I did click the punch. Well, that was embarrassing. What happened? Okay. Okay, you're killing me. What the hell? What the hell? That's not fair. Flee. Sometimes in life you gotta flee. That's one lesson you guys need to learn. Sometimes in life you need to flee. I'm gonna leave you guys. Thank you so much once again. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for all the time that you guys have given to me. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. And yeah, this is one of the live stream that I will never forget. You guys were amazing. You guys have amazing questions, and just knowing every single one of your thoughts and inputs and perhaps life and where you come from is just really appreciated. And I'm just really appreciated. Appreciated. Can't even English anymore. Jesus. All right. Yeah. We need to end this. If you want to keep talking on Discord, feel free to do that. I'll try to manage it if I can. But yeah. Whew, it's been fun. Thank you. It's been fun. Yeah, it's been fun. What day is tomorrow? It's Sunday, right? So we still have another day. We're going back tomorrow, same day, 5:30 in the afternoon, UTC time. No. Yeah, 5:30 UTC time. Or is it supposed to be 4:30? 4:30 UTC time, not 5:30. But you will find me around same time. Okay? Tomorrow, if you want to join, feel free to do so. I'll be here. Thank you so much once again. It's been fun. Bye bye. Enjoy Enjoy the rest of your night. Enjoy the rest of your day if you're still have. I mean, Bleach, you make everything sick. Also, yeah. Music Forever, shout out to you. Cyan Dog, shout out to you as well. And to every single one who joined the Discord server, shout out to every single one of you. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Bye bye.